Well, give me a second, guys. I didn't even realize it was up and running yet. Okay, let's mute that. Alright, I see my mic is a bit too loud, so I'm going to go ahead and edit this. I'm actually trying my lav mic this time. So turn this down. Let's see. Hopefully that's better and there's not too much interference. Oh, you're welcome. Yeah, I'm sorry I'm running so far behind. All of my animal maintenance today has really, I've literally been just running around with my head cut off all day today. This is the first chance I had to really sit down besides eating lunch. But I'm a little out of practice doing live streaming. I literally have not done a live stream since the chicken mask. I think that was like 1.5 years ago. But let me know if the volume is good and if I need to reduce it. Like I said, I've got my lav mic on this time, so hopefully you'll be able to hear me better as I am here working, versus having my snowball, which is a directional mic. And I know sometimes it's kind of hard to hear. I do apologize. There's going to be chicken noises behind me. It's winter time and I've got chicks. I have to have them indoors, so I'm surrounded by animals right now. I've got silky chickens over here on the table. I've got my Welsummers and my Marins in the container back there. I've got my tortoises in containers on the floor here. My craft room's become a animal winter home. Oh goodness, just got back from a con. I think I've got the cameras all in good positions. If you guys need more angles or something like that, I could take this cam instead of having it pointing on me and have it pointing on a different direction, which I might go ahead and do anyways. There's more of like a directionally side profile. I do, or I don't. I have no idea where my, what the frick is that thing called? A camera stand. I don't know where it went. I usually keep it over there by the window, but it's not there, so I don't know where I put it, so I guess that's not going to be an option. But yeah, give me a sec. I do need to update. I have not posted on Twitter yet. Why is my mouse not working? Why is this mouse being so stupid? Why? Why are you being stupid? Just does not work. Yeah, I gotta copy this link and share it on Twitter so other people know that we are now live. Twitter. Next. Oh, seriously? You don't believe it's me? Google. Ah. Hey, how come you didn't link my thingy? That's dumb. Let's just copy this then. There. Stupid. hoping my internet's working okay today. Come on. I can't tell if it's my mouse being stupid or it's my internet being stupid. Hello everybody, welcome to the stream. I apologize, a little distracted right now. I'm still getting things set up here. I just took some random like flexfoam heads we had left over from MFF, and I'm going to be experimenting with different ways of hinging, a couple different methods in which I've seen other artists try to hinge heads or make moving jaws, or at least more sensitive moving jaws for flexfoam heads. Obviously for a dinosaur, want big chomper maws, so I think for that one I'm going to be experimenting with doing some plastic for a jaw mechanism, and I think for the dough I'm going to try some metal wire. These have been recommended to me from, I don't know if I should name names for artists because I don't want to be like saying this is their technique and it's proven or it's official. I'm not going to do that because I'm not going to be doing anything exactly how the other artists do it. I have made moving jaws before with foam heads, but usually I make a custom frame for the inside first. It's not for flex foam heads. This is my old style of using Sintra plastic and yarn mesh and then doing foam on top and building it up that way. This is how I first started doing moving jaw heads and keeping everything super lightweight, everything very customized for different shaped heads and stuff. Obviously I don't do that anymore, and now I have more of a kind of like standard, either going to be resin or it's going to be flex foam, and all of the shaping is already there. So now it's kind of we're doing it reverse, where you already have the shape. We're going to be hollowing out these heads and then adding in the structure, which I can understand that'd be really complicated for a lot of people. But yes, again, if anybody has any questions, feel free to put it up here in the chat. I apologize if it takes me a little bit to respond. I know there's a little bit of lag from what I'm saying to what you guys are seeing. But I am more than happy to answer questions. The whole reason why I'm doing a live stream in the first place. I will do a recorded video with edited clipping later on when I actually have a validated, or I guess official technique that works. And then there will be a video posted another time where I do a different head and I say, okay, I like this method. This is the one I want to recommend to everybody. I'm trying to use materials that everybody can easily get access to, either through an arts and crafts store or through their local hardware store. I want to make sure that everybody has a chance to be able to do this and not have to order crazy materials online. I think the only material that might be a little tricky would be a thermoplastic, which is what these two sheets are. They're just different thicknesses. I'm trying to remember what this one is. I got this one recently. I think this is an ABS plastic, and this one here is a PVC plastic. But I got this as a sample sheet of multiple thicknesses. This one's 0.060 thickness, so it's like Tupperware container thickness, I guess. This one here is like literally the thickness of cardboard. It's pretty thick. It's about the same thickness of our hinges, about 3 millimeters thick, I believe. 3 or 6 millimeters? No, 6 millimeters thick. I'm sorry I'm using different points of measurement. I don't even know what this one is measurement wise, but I'm guessing this is 3 millimeters thick. It's about half the thickness of this black one. But again, these are going to be used for experimenting with hinging. I also got, not those, where is it? Excuse my creaky chair. Where did I put those things? I know I just saw them. They're the same color as that. Where did I put them? It would be so helpful if I could have these things. But now I don't know where I put them. This has been my day. Like literally my entire day has been, I saw something, I thought I knew where it was, and then I go back and it's not there, and then I don't know where it went, and I don't know where to look for it. But I had these, they're not paper clips, but they're like, it's really hard to explain. They're usually used for keeping wads of paper together that have hole punches in them, and they're like the best thing for experimenting with templates and stuff, especially for moving pivot points instead of using bolts and nuts and screws and stuff, which I do have and I can use, but I was really hoping I had some of those, because I know I specifically bought some for shit like this, and then I don't know where to put them. In here? No. This is what happens when you end up with way too many projects and way too many drawers to put stuff in, and then you just straight up lose everything. I'm going to take a quick look and see if I can find them. I'm guessing that's a profound no. I do not see them anywhere. Oh well, I guess we'll just continue without it. One more place to look. One more place. It's like one of those situations where I could have sworn they at least made it into the house. Like I had them out in the shed for the longest time. And I could have sworn when I got them in here, because I knew that I would need them for doing demos of different pivoting points and articulation. Maybe it's just like one of the oddball drawers I wouldn't normally put it in, and I saw it recently because it's in the oddball drawer. I was really hoping it was in that tape drawer because I know I just used duct tape on something. Again, guys, I apologize for the chaos, but this is normal artist chaos. This is usually stuff you don't see on TV. Where we literally lose our minds. Darn. That's going to really bug me. And I bet you, like, tomorrow I'm going to find it. Or tonight after the stream. I'll be like, duh. Of course they were there the whole time. That's duct tape pattern. This duct tape stuff. I know I just saw those today. Okay. I gave up. Okay, I'm gonna catch up on the chat here. Maybe paper brads? I don't know what they're called. Hey, anybody can become a maker. They might be called that. But yeah, they have like a little flat head to them, and you have two little metal flat pieces that come up to a T, and then you spread them like little winglings. And yeah, they're used for keeping paper together. And I have no idea where I put them. I had a nice little box of them I still haven't even used yet, and specifically for projects like this. Either way, I'm not going to worry about it anymore. I've already wasted so much time. It's almost like, what, 39 minutes into this now? Ah, it's so bad, isn't it? Trying to find one thing and you can't freaking find it. Oh, and it drives me crazy because I'm a Taurus and I want to find the thing I want to find or do the thing I want to do, and it just absolutely... I'm going to still be thinking about it the entire time I'll be working on this and kicking myself for not knowing where they are. And the thing is like I can picture it just as clearly in my mind that it would be in one of these towers. Like I thought this was it, but it's not. This is my picture hangers. Picture hanging jiggers. Makes me really wonder if it's out in the shed. I really don't want to go out there though. Okay. So yeah, 2 different kinds of thermoplastics in different thicknesses. I have some, I think, 12 gauge wire here, galvanized steel wire, so it's pretty strong stuff. I'm gonna need a pair of needle nose pliers. Wow. I got multiples. Which one I like better? I like that one better. And also, I got this to try. Now, this is really what I wanted, that stuff that I can't find to use for. But this is, what is this called? Corrugated plastic. Plastic corrugated sheet. Usually this is used for doing display boards for science projects and school stuff. Or you can use it for like for sale signs and things. But it's just got like, it's kind of like cardboard, but it's made of plastic. So it's pretty good stuff for doing like kind of structure stability and costume pieces, or doing things like this jaw hinging. I thought it'd be really an easily accessible material. That you can get this at like, you know, Walmart or Hobby Lobby or Michael's, maybe a Joann Fabrics. Don't quote me on that. They may or may not have it, but definitely Michael's has this in large quantities and different colors. So you can get it in, I think, white, black, clear, and maybe they have some other colors too that don't really register on my radar because they're not exactly that important. But I chose black. I actually got black corrugated plastic to build like little huts for these tortoises, but then I realized there's really not enough room in their kiddie pools for that, and if they're lightweight, they'll probably just end up tossing them over anyways because they're buttholes. But yeah, that's another thing I want to try out. I'm going to grab some of my thick cardboard sheeting, and I want to use that in order to create templates. I will be showing you guys also how I hollow out my flex foam heads. I do have a video on doing tuning flex foam heads and how to hollow those out, but I also show kind of weird stuff like, you know, the deer and the raptor base. I really want to turn this into a Dilophosaurus. I swear to God, it's going to happen. But I mean, I like making kind of like mock-ups first before I start using these like heavier materials, because I do not want to screw up in waste material, you know? So give me a second and I will grab that. It's in the other room. I have like a storage space full of craft supplies. Still bothering me that I can't find that thing. I also need to refill all my liquids here because I'm almost out of drink. No, I did not bring any jaw sets. This is literally only doing the frame reinforcement of the hinged head. No, this is not Sintra. This is ABS plastic, I believe. I do have some Sintra though. I think I have it. I think I have some in here. There it is. It's so old. This is my last bit of Sintra plastic. I really need to buy more of this stuff because I use it for a lot. But I've kind of upgraded more to a more, I know words, I guess heat resistant thermoplastic. Because this stuff, though it's great, it can wear down really easily, especially if you're doing like springs in a hole or, you know, lock nuts and bolts and stuff like that. I find that these tend to kind of like almost wear right through the plastic. So that's another reason why I want to try to use one of these. Granted, I might not be able to use this. I'm just going to put this aside. This might actually be a little too strong. Because I'm gonna have to actually use like a Dremel tool to cut that. So we'll stick with this plastic. I guess first we'll start off with carving out the inside of these foam heads. I got a trash can around here somewhere. I know it's put a new liner in it. Hopefully I've got good positioning here on stuff. I'm gonna boop. Move this down a little bit. There we go. One problem is that a Flex Force laundry detergent smelling trash bag liner. It's really strong. Hello. Oh yeah. Oh, don't get me started with Ava foam. I've been going ham and ham with doing Ava foam sculptures and stuff lately. Like if I have the option, I would prefer to half sculpt the face and make a pattern of it and Ava foam the entire head and just do that for every single one of my heads that I offered. Sadly, you can't really capture as much detail in it. Like obviously I'd have to do like dremeling or heat form sculpting and additional like foam clay and stuff like that on top of it in order to really, I guess, capture all the detail. If it's something like a dinosaur, then it'd probably be fine, because I don't plan to do texture dinosaurs, because I leave that up to my customers to do. Because like last time I did a texture thing, it was a dragon, and it was very 50-50 of whether or not people liked the texture and didn't like the texture. And people who didn't like the texture would complain to me that they had to take so much time sanding this thing smooth in order to be able to paint it. So I'm just like, okay guys, from now on, reptiles just gonna be smooth. If you want details on it, you gotta do it yourself, because that and also the molds last longer than smooth. I'm gonna grab some Mountain Dew. Not like I really need more caffeine right now, but oh geez. Yeah, I tried to do the eye blinking, the snarl lines, or the snarling, and the moving ears a long time ago, and I'm just like, I kind of gave up on it. I was able to do some moving ears with the Trico heads that I made a couple years ago, but still, it's like, it's not really a universal thing. Like, you have to make sure you have exact measurements in somebody's head in order to get that to work correctly without, like, hurting, because you have, like, the wires literally running along the back of your head in order to do the moving pulley ears kind of thing. I'm not experienced with servos or anything like that, so god damn, birds, will you guys chill the fuck out? Come on, go to bed. Jesus. I don't know what it is about those copper marins, but they just love jumping on the other birds in there. There's only 2 of them. Oh, I guess I could probably just have some music on too, huh? Wouldn't that be nice? Pretzel rocks. Give me YouTube safe. Thank you. It's changed so much, and I don't even know like what I'm allowed to listen to. So much of it's locked. Like chill EDM is locked. It's like, come on. Stations. Let's see, what does chill sound like? Might do pop-out chat here. Pop-out chat. Oh, have a good dinner. Like I said, once I figure out an actual good technique for this stuff, I will definitely be doing a video on it. One where it's actually like cut and edited and doesn't have as much of, you know, me goobering. Hello, furry machine. What's going on with the desktop audio here? Why is it not working? Interesting. Okay, let's get to carbon then. Let me get new blade here. Armor blades. Where are my blades? Yep. Yes. Oh always want to start out with a fresh new blade. Really? Only one track? Seriously? Oh my god. I'm on Pretzel Rocks, and literally there's only 16 tracks that are YouTube safe. Are you kidding me? I guess surprise me. No. You know what? I'm not going to be monetizing this, so I'll just... I'll listen to Pandora. I don't care. Give me some Lizzie Sterling. Let me just make sure that... this is not going to be recorded. Public. Live chat replay. Man, I don't know how to do this stuff anymore. Let's see. I can't even figure out. Ah! Oh, come on. Go back. Goodness. If the music is too loud, let me know. I'm trying to adjust my audio, my desktop audio, but it's not even like registering my audio. And if I exit out of my OBS program, it's going to close the stream down. Like, why is my top chat back here again? What the heck is going on? What's going on? I don't know what's going on, you guys. Oh no, what happened? Come on, pop out chat. There we go. I need to do the pop-out chat so I can increase the size of the text so I actually can see. God, guys, I'm so sorry this is taking so long for me to get started. Thank you, Sharp. Okay. Oh my goodness. I'll start with the Velociraptor first. So even though I am going to be just doing the hinging for this guy, I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to fully carve him out. So this includes carving out the nostrils, the eye ports, the eyeballs, and then hollowing out the full back. Also, I apologize for clearing my throat a lot. I'm still getting over a cold that I caught when I went to my doctor's for my surgery. So I have a little bit of a phlegm buildup here and there. Thank you. Oh my god, those babies back there, they are so freaking excited. Like, I cleaned out their container today. I mean, that's really all that happened with them. I mean, but gosh, they've been just so rambunctious. I put them back in there. You can't even hear my silkies. They're just, they're passed out. They had a very exciting day traveling. That's all my Well Summers and my Marins making all that noise. And they're about 4 weeks old now. And then my silkies are 10 weeks old. And my 2 frizzles I got out there are 5 months old. But they're out in their acclimation chicken coop. Okay, so I've got the nostrils cut so you can kind of squish them in. I've got this is essentially the vision port for the raptor head. I got that trimmed to almost to the point where I can stick my fingers through. Also have the eyes trimmed out. So now I'm going to start hollowing out the back of the head. I do the same technique for all of my flex foam heads, whether it's toonie or regular. If you don't feel confident doing a really long blade, just do a little bits at a time. But I will draw on the back of the head here, just kind of show you guys what I tend to do. I bring it pretty much a ½ inch all the way to the skin. In some areas it's like a 1/4 of an inch. Like for the chin area, the top of the head, I tend to bring it almost like right up against, if not going through the Flex Foam 17, because all of my Flex Foam heads have a skin of Flex Foam 17 backfilled with Flex Foam 3 for the squishiness. But I use the 17 in order to create a really solid skin, so that way it helps keep the shape of the head, and also it does allow for the possibility of doing a hinged head. So basically I carve out all of this, like this entire thing is going to be gone. Now, one thing to keep in mind with flex foam heads versus resin heads. If you do have a larger size head, 24 inch, 25 inch plus, You can remove the chin plate here, or you can remove this section up here on the heads to accommodate for the height of your head. So don't feel like you're limited by what this basic shape is. You can always adjust it. I just start going right into cutting, like cutting into some meat, following the curvature of the shape of the head. So I'm not going straight in, I'm going at an angle here. But again, this blade is very, very sharp, so be careful. Take your time, using a sawing motion. Again, I have been doing this for years, so that is why I'm a lot faster at it, but do not be deterred. Everybody starts somewhere. So now I'm going in and I'm just kind of literally flaying at this. Just taking little bits at a time, pulling the skin away so I don't accidentally cut the surface. So I'm just spreading it apart. Because quite honestly, I'm more familiar carving out the toonie heads than I am realistic heads. I don't typically carve realistic heads. When I'm at a show, I'm always carving the toonie ones out for people because that's what they want. So it's another reason I'm also taking my time with this. I do know some people also like to just kind of pull what I call the muffin. I call this the muffin out. They'll like get to this point and then they'll just kind of cut straight in and just remove this whole section, and then they'll just start ripping at it and just ripping the flexfoam 3 out. Personally, I don't care for doing that because I like to have nice smooth transitions, but I do know it works for people, so everybody's got their own way of doing it. Like I said, even with doing these hinge methods, this is not the only all way or whatever method of doing this. This is just my experimentation with it based on what I've seen others do. So don't think this is the one all be all way of doing it. If you have a different idea or method you want to try out, have at it. Like, making costumes is always and going to always be a source of experimentation and trial. Like, I can't tell you how many times I've talked to people and they think that everything that I've learned and everything that I do just came, you know, easily. Like, I got done and fixed it up. Like, I figured it out the first time I ever tried it, and that's not the case. A lot of the times, things that I've done have been through multiple times of trial and error, lots of error, and very little success. So, and I'm not saying that to be, you know, to deter anybody. I'm just being realistic with this. Like, even this flexfoam method that we use of doing the 17 on the outside and the flexfoam 3 on the inside, that was sheer accidental. Like, we were having a lot of issues with the flexfoam 3 bonding to the molds, and we were taking so long to clean them out that I was like, well, what if we took flexfoam 17 and slushed it in there to clean out the mold and remove all these little pieces of shredded flex foam to clear it out. And we did that, and we're like, wait a minute, this is actually really cool that this is just like a skin of foam and it's keeping its shape even though it's hollow. And we're like, what if we took this and we backfilled it with 3 to create a skin that then we no longer have to clean out the molds every time we slush cast or every time we cast foam. And it'll save us a lot of time and allow the molds to last longer. And then that became our method of doing flex foam heads from that point on. I was like, oh my god, this like literally solved all of our problems. Exception of it is a little bit more tricky to glue, but I find that as being one hurdle over all the other benefits of this method. So yeah, this is the muffin. This is the big bulk of the back of the flex foam head. And like I said, you can, this stuff is pretty indestructible. You can flip it like a hat and it's just fine. Like, there's the eyeball. There's the other eyeball. So already I've got this kind of like hollowed out helmet. You don't look out through the eyes here. In this particular case, you can't really see out of the eyes. I mean, you could see out of the eyes, but you'd be seeing like literally patooing out the side. Now, what I'm going to do, I think, is I'm going to cut the mouth line here, but I'm going to keep the back of the mouth intact. Like, I'm not going to cut the upper and the lower completely apart, because I want to make sure that the upper and the lower for this is going to match up. That's one thing you gotta understand, whether it be resin or foam. If you're working with a base shape, do not completely remove the upper and the lower from each other. You can, but just keep in mind that once you do, it's going to be really tricky to get those two pieces to line up again. And I try to explain this to customers when they order like heads from us, like flex foam or resin skulls or normal heads, that once you separate the two halves, and you have the quote-unquote cut version, which is it's already all sanded, it's already cut apart, and then you have to hinge it. You have to like tape the upper and the lower together again, so that way you make sure everything's going to line up when you put those hinges on the back, because it's going to want to slide around. And the same thing goes with, like, you know, this foam stuff too. If I had this detached, then this back here is going to try to, you know, slide and warp around. I had to pin it back together, and just to save myself that trouble, I'm just going to keep this here intact. Like, the cut line only goes to here. Or you see my finger. But, you know, also gives me a nice flat plate here for the bottom jaw. I have learned over the years that toonie heads tend to have like their bottom jaws flat like this. I always thought that was kind of weird initially, but now I realize, oh, it makes sense because the teeth and the tongue doesn't have to be deep, because it's not like you have like all that gum area being filled in. Okay, so again, this stuff is really, really strong, so do not be afraid of kind of warping it and moving it out of the way. So I want to work up here, so I'm going to actually take this lower jaw and I'm going to fold it in like this. And again, it's still attached back here, but now it's out of the way, so I can work on this section. And you can see it's already starting to come apart a little bit. And I'm just going to kind of clean it up with my knife, bringing it to the front of the palette. And then I'm going to bring my knife in and just cut two pieces, the bridge and the nose. Again, this very much reminds me of like taxidermy or filleting fish. Just taking pieces out at a time. Okay, and this is the nose bridge, now removed. Excuse me. Again, I do apologize for coughing into the mic. I've honestly used this lav mic so few times, I don't even know how to mute it. Okay, so I'm just going in here with my knife and I'm just kind of clearing out this area like a pumpkin. What else? The funny thing is it already has jaw movement with it before I even added anything in here. But I have a very, very tiny jaw. So you can see that it does have movement, just a little bit. But we're going to try to increase that. We'll also say too, the chat is not just reserved for this subject matter. If you guys do have any questions about any of our products, do let me know. I like to try to be available to anybody that wants to get into this kind of stuff and might be intimidated by something or another because they just don't know how to start, or they have a snag or something. I also will apologize ahead of time if the lav mic does die on me. I want to say it only has a 4-hour life to it, and I don't think it's fully charged right now. So I'll try to keep an eye on it, and I might have to switch to the snowball. Let's see what it says. Oh, it's not more than half. And I'm just cleaning up the inside right now, making everything nice and smooth and even from left to right, just to make sure that it allows a nice flat surface for me to add in something. Now for this dinosaur mask, I'm going to have to do wire for the top. There's very little space right here, so I will be doing a wire reinforcement. Yeah, I mean, originally I was going to use some of this corrugated board, but now I'm realizing the 2 heads I picked out don't really have that much girth to them. I probably should have taken a mano kit or something and brought a mano kit home. Goodness, who's blowing up my phone? Button? No, you do not. So I do not see one. Oh, Angie just now got back to me with a message I sent to her the other day. Okay. Yeah, I wish there was a... Excuse me. I wish there was a mute on the mic, but there's not. But yeah, I might not be able to use this corrugated board like I originally was planning to. I think I was going to use it on the bottom jaw, but both these heads have very tiny either lower jaws or upper. So I may or may not be able to do that. I do not know. We shall see. Again, this is why this is an experiment stream, and you're going to watch me either succeed or fail in a multitude of times. Get in here, you little turd. I'm just going to hollow this out a bit more, let this nice and flat. I mean, there's another thing to keep in mind too, that if you do a jaw set in these, they'll also really help with the structure of these heads. I don't know why I didn't think about that, honestly, grabbing a jaw set. The deer only has a lower, but this raptor does have an upper and lower to it. But I'll keep that in mind, and I will make sure that I leave room to put the jaw set in here. If I'm doing the wire, I can easily, like, move it or warp it or change it if I need to accommodate for a jaw set. Like, it definitely allows for that. Obviously, if you glue whatever structure is in this thing and then glue it to a jaw set, it'll just help it. Excuse me, I'm sorry. I'm probably really phlegmy too from cleaning out barns and stuff today. Tends to get me pretty phlegmed up. Okie dokie. I'm pretty happy with the carving. Oh, okay. Never mind. That's lower. It's got to be carved out a bit more. Inside of the mouth. Realizing there's a lot of extra on the one side. Okay. That's a good head. Okay, so yeah, the inside of this is all carved out now. And you see, it's pretty much like the bare bones of it too. Like, some of these areas are, like, this is like not even half an inch thick. So that's another reason why you want to have that structure. Granted, the jaw set would also add to that, but we are going to put some wire in here to reinforce that. I think I want to go ahead and I think we'll end up happening with these two is that they'll be kind of reversed. I'm going to use a corrugated board on both of these, and I'm going to use the wire on both of these, but I'm going to be doing them opposite ways. This one's going to have wire on the upper, and then I'm going to have the corrugated board going to about this point here on the lower jaw. And then for the deer, I'm going to have the wire on the bottom jaw, and then I'm going to have the corrugated board, corrugated board up here. And I'm not going to really have anything in the muzzle, because the muzzle for the deer they don't have any upper teeth or upper palate. Now what I can do is I can take the corrugated board and I can create an upper palate here to add some reinforcement in more of a horizontal method than a vertical. So I might go ahead and do that. So before I work on this guy, I'm going to step aside. There you go. And then I'm going to work on carving out the deer. So I can have these both about the same point. I was really hoping to have a fully corrugated board one to do, but there's just not enough room. So I'm going to start cutting out the tear duct area. I haven't quite decided. Do I want to turn this into a toony one? I might end up turning this one into a toony one. So I don't think I'm going to be doing the carving out of the tear duct. Let me see. Let's see. Do I have any plastic? I don't think I do. Hopefully I have a 3D eye here somewhere. I know I did have some, but I ended up bringing back a lot of materials back to ABC. Sorry. Getting a bit of a collection here from doing tutorials. I may have brought that. Let me check one more place. Oh, shoot. Well, I got an estimation about how I know it's at least 2.5 inches on the inner side of an eye. I think it's about 3 inches in diameter. I'm not gonna worry about the eyes at all. I'm just gonna ignore those right now. I'm just gonna carve out the mouth and the intersection of the head, and then I'll worry about it later if I want to do toony or realistic eyes on this one. I would like to actually finish a couple of these deer. I got a buck and a doe now. I really, 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 really want to see them finished, and I haven't had too many people order them yet. So it's probably going to come down to me to get some finished product out. I don't trust the pop-out chat right now. For some reason, it's not working correctly. Ooh! That sounds cool. I want to see. We plan to work on that project. Yeah, there's some sculpture species that I'll do that I'm kind of like meh about, but I really got to have fun with the buck and the doe and really make them distinct from each other, so it's like I really want to see them furred. But it's like I just don't have any time to do it myself. I already got projects I gotta work on, and like right now it's priority that I get my kidding barn done because my goats will be having babies here in a couple weeks, and right now they do not have a place to have their babies. So I end up turning their kidding barn or mini kidding barn into a buck barn, and I am making a new 3-stall sectional for them, and any spare time that I have has been focused on working on that. That's, you know, during daytime hours, because wintertime there's not very much of that available. So, And today was like literally bird day. Like, I got up this morning and drove out an hour and a half to go pick up a bird and drive an hour and a half back to bring the birds home, and stopping at Home Depot and grabbing some sand and supplies for the birds and the goats. And I got back home and it was immediately work on mini coop for 2 of my silkies, and then work on cleaning out my baby bird container, and work on getting another baby bird container set up for my other silky babies. And then I had to go take care of the goats because one of the watering systems is not working right, so I wanted to go try to fix that. That took even longer than originally intended to fix, and it's not fixed yet. Like, I want to work on it tomorrow, so tomorrow is going to be work on goat stuff, and then in the evening when I'm back inside, work on the Sergal, so I can get that project finished up so I can focus on cloud fennec for TFF. But I'm trying to work on that Sergal in between everything because I really need the extra funds. I still haven't paid off my medical from December. I was really hoping somebody would jump on wanting that Sergal when I start posting the concept ideas for it, but I really haven't had any bites, and it's kind of depressing. I don't know what's going on with the market anymore. I don't know what people want. Okay, so since this is going to be a toonie head, what I'm going to do, this obviously has a V cut line in it. We do not need to cut this V out. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to cut up here, give her a nice big smile. Granted, this area, deer one of those ones where it's kind of weird. Because you don't want a big giant canine smile, right? So I may or may not actually end up cutting a V out of this. I'm not sure yet. But for right now, I'm going to cut along the upper section of the V. And cut the mouth open. Awesome. Hope I get a chance to see it. Oh, yeah. I keep forgetting that FC is this weekend. And then, yeah, they just had, was it Anthro Northwest, which was actually the weekend before this weekend, which is abnormal for it, because normally they're, you know, end of the year, not beginning of the year kind of thing. But I heard they're having troubles with getting reservations for that venue. Why angry growls, baby chicks? Okay, mouth cut apart. Same situation. I'm not going to cut it all the way. I am going to cut a little bit further though. Okay. Go a bit further on this side. Okay. Do the same thing, I'm gonna fold it in. Again, I apologize for all the throat clearing. I need to go tell my baby to go have dinner without me. I don't want him trying to hold out and wait for me. I know he ate a lot earlier than I did today. I didn't have any food until like 2:30 when I got back. Okay. Hey, BB.
How's everything going?
It's, well, I haven't done any actual, yeah.
That's fine. Work at your own pace.
I started hollowing it out. I was going to say to you, since you ate a lot earlier than I did today, to go ahead and eat without me. I don't want you to end up having to hold off and wait.
I took my medicine.
Oh, so you're not even hungry.
I won't be for a few more hours.
Oh, okay. Is there anything you wanted to do for dinner then?
You know, look in the freezer and see what we have.
Meat?
Ideally, yeah.
Yeah.
Hopefully
I mean, we have lots of meat.
We got a gander.
Have an MP for myself.
Pig gander. Man, I swear to God, I had a thing in here and I can't find it. I had a thing. And the thing, the holy paper. Paper thing. Yeah. So you know those little like kind of raffle little mechanisms where you get that flat end to it and then little metal coming up from the flat end and you spread those little wings apart and hold paper together. I swear to God, I had that box in here somewhere and I can't find it.
Oh no.
Like it was out in my shed for a long time, and I could have sworn I brought it in the house. And I just saw it recently, like in a drawer or something, and I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna need that thing so I can work on stuff. And I can't find it.
Oh shucks.
I'm guessing it actually is still out.
No reading on mine.
Huh?
No reading on mine.
I'm not using it, like, Well, that's what I was gonna say. If you're not gonna be hungry, then I could put a hungry man in.
Let's wait an hour and see.
Oh, I got some goodies for the catfish. Try. I got two different kinds of goodies. I got allergy wafers and I got sickening wafers for bottom feeders. They have these in bigger bags, but I didn't know what they might like more. So what's that for you, lady?
They're not picky creatures.
Oh, they're so tiny. They're tiny little wafers. Oh, these are huge. Okay. Back again. Okay, so both these are carved out. It's like, oh my god, it's so huge. Definitely way bigger than my older style heads. But I also have very tiny heads, so. Okay, I think what I'm going to do for this raptor is I'm going to cut a little slit along the upper of this head. Again, you can just fold it. I'm going to mark it with a marker so you guys can see what I'm going to be doing here. I'm going to be going the entirety of the front. So I'm going to be cutting a little slit where I have this marked. I'm just going to follow this back. Take my knife, I'm just going to cut right in there. I'm only going in like maybe 1/4 of an inch, just enough so you can kind of open up this section and then put the wire in there and then have the foam kind of encapsulate itself around it. Chickens, calm down. Stop jumping on each other, you derps. Literal chicken derps. And just make sure you're not cutting all the way through. Obviously you don't want to cut through the other side of the skin. So, I don't know if you can see that, but a little section here opened up. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take the measuring tape and I'm going to measure along this mouth, give myself a good estimation on how much wire I'm going to need. And I'm going to add an additional like 3 inches to that, I think. So I have plenty to work with. So that would be like about 22 inches. Again, this is a pretty stiff wire. And one thing you will have to keep in mind if we're using wire, and if you take a head like this and you like shove it into your suitcase, you will probably need to bend the head kind of back in place. Because it can still be bent, right? So there's another reason why if you did plastic, it'd be kind of nice, because if you have the plastic like heat formed or something into a certain shape, it'll just kind of bounce back. I'm sure you could also use just Ava foam. I know TNT Cosplay has like a stiffer version of Ava foam now. But I don't know if they're still in business or not because their local place shut down, or their storefront did. So 23. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're gonna go about 28 inches just in case. So I just use a cutting end of my needle nose pliers here just to snip this. And I'm gonna try to find the middle point. Okay, so I think that right there is about the middle. And now I'm just going to kind of shape it, kind of match the shape of the current flex foam head. So it goes in a little bit and it flares out. How in the world am I getting this off center? I realized I kind of have a derp here and I didn't have my hot glue gun plugged in the whole time I was doing this. Because that would have been smart. Okay. Alright, so pretty happy with the shape on this so far. Oops. So again, I'm basically just shaping this one to be as close to the current shape of the flex foam. Again, you can change the shape if you wanted to. And I'm trying to it to kind of come back around. Okay, I'm pretty happy with that. Now I'm going to mark a little point right here where I'm going to want to do like a pretty sharp turn. I'm going to use my pliers for this. I'm going to go straight up. This is going to be the beginning for the attachment. I want to have the attachment hook. You want to make sure this isn't going like too far in or anything. Now normally you would have wire like this and it would be going upwards to create that attachment hook, but for this particular case we're actually going to be going down. Quite honestly, I think what I might end up doing, instead of creating a hook, I'm going to create a loop. And then I will do the corrugated board here, and I'll have a hole, and it will overlap on the inside of where this is. And then this will literally just hold. Or I can still have this going up and then have this piece kind of loop downwards and then attach corrugated board to this wire and then corrugated board again. And this will keep the wire away from the wearer's face. And by bending it down, I give it extra reinforcement. Again, I am kind of just running through things through my head right now and thinking of the best way of making it all work. Like, I'm going based off of what some people have done before and kind of putting my own little swing on it. So I think I'm pretty happy with that. This is in no way perfect. It's in not exact measurements or anything. It's just me trying to add some kind of reinforcement to it. So it looks kind of weird right now, but my game plan is if I add the wire like this, right, I can put a piece of plastic on the inside. The wire will be between the plastic and the foam, keeping it away from your face. And then I can actually add in a bolt overlapping where the lower jaw comes up, almost like the exact opposite of this. We'll call them bunny ears, I guess. It's kind of hard to imagine right now. Trust me, I know not everybody's very visual, but I have the concept in my head right now, and I'm just trying to get it to function, I guess. So I have this go up. make sure this fits in here pretty good. Like obviously some extra curves in here that I didn't think about with this mouth shape. I'll have to add in here. Raptors have a little bit of a smiley face here. I'm trying to bend that in to match up. It's fitting in there real good. Yeah. Yeah, I guess I really didn't think about it with doing this stream, but a lot of people are probably going to be at FC today. Oops. But then again, originally my stream was supposed to be on Friday, and then I realized that I was just not going to have time for it. It's actually working really well. Like, it's just pushing right into that foam. Another thing to think about whenever you're working with wire is scratch the wire up. Like, do not try to apply it when it's smooth, because your glue might not stick. So I'm going to draw where this wire is here. And I'm actually gonna bend it out a little bit more. I was expecting it to be more vertical than that, but it's not. I want that to be vertical. All right, there we go. Where's the marker? There it is. I'm sorry. I might move one of these cameras over here so you can actually see what I'm doing. I'm trying to remember to position it so you guys can see what I'm doing. Okay, so I'm marking out an estimation of where my wire is. And I'm going to be cutting into the foam so I can sink this wire into the foam. I'm also going to sand this wire with a piece of coarse sandpaper. And that way I can guarantee that I've got a really good bond. Okay, I got some sandpaper over here somewhere. Yeah. Nice coarse, like about 80 grit sandpaper. Get a trash can and just wrap it around. Probably a smaller piece than this. Just wrap it around your wire and just go back and forth and scratch it. And this allows a better bond for your hot glue. And you'll see it has little scratchy marks on it. Ah, I freaking love The Showman. Greatest Showman. Oh my god, that movie's so good. I can binge that movie over and over and over again. Okay. Excuse me. Oops. Okay. Hot glue gun is heated up, so I can go ahead and start attaching this wire. Be very, very careful not to burn yourself with a hot glue gun because wire will retain heat. That's not something you always think about when you're doing stuff like this. It'll retain heat, but at the same time, it'll also cool, so just be careful. I'm just kind of micro bending this, get it to fit properly, tucking it all into the foam. It's kind of funny, this is not really something that you normally compare unless you have snakes. This feels very much like a snake mouth. And I say that because I have a very derpy snake that I cannot feed outside of his cage because he will not eat. He's a very derpy snake. And he quite often will miss and get dirt in his mouth, and then I have to help him get the dirt out of his mouth by running his mouth under water. And you gotta like kind of move his lippies out of the way and stuff like that, and it just feels very much like this. Which again, I know it's a really funny thing to kind of compare, but it's a thing. We have reptiles. You got your special boys. What is going on here? Something is not correct. Okay, I think I'm just going to glue one side down and then go back and do the other side because it's kind of popping out on me while I'm trying to work with it. Okay, so I'm going to do this side because that looks pretty good. Come on. Get out there. Okay. Again, I wish I had a better angle for you guys on this. It's a little complicated, but I have the wire kind of lined up in there. You see one side is perfectly tucked in, and that's the side I'm going to start gluing down on. And it really is just kind of pushing the wire in and gluing some, or putting some hot glue on top of the wire and pushing the foam back together and sealing it up that way. And again, it doesn't have to be perfect, because you could just line this with some craft foam too. If you really want the glue to cure real fast, you can use a canned air upside down. Sadly, I do not have any extra canned air at home to do that with, but it is awesome for super cooling hot glue real quick. And I really wish I had some, because that would make this really fast. Okay. Keep forgetting that I have like really super sticky hot glue, and it like sticks to your fingers so easily. Okie dokie. That side's good, so now I'm going to be doing the other side. Man, I might have to like seriously get rid of this trash can, because the smell of that Febreze liner is giving me a headache. It's too strong. The mouse gonna look a little funky until I get a chance to get this all glued down and properly bend the wires to get it back to its original shape. Oh, try the horse. Come on, you booger. Stay where I put you. Just double checking, it's been a little bit. Is everything still working okay? Volume, sound, video. Okie dokie. Does anybody else working on any projects this weekend or have any fun plans? Oh, you actually want to create something to support our plastic hinges, huh? Interesting idea. I guess I didn't think about that actually being an option. that's cool. Are they like the kind of like old school 8-bit kind of game sprites? Again, I do apologize for any lag. We are on satellite internet here. We do not have any kind of FiOS or fiber optic or even cable internet. God, I would just love cable internet. I'm hoping with all these houses being built in the area that eventually we get something better. Well, actually, I'm sorry. We're not on satellite, we're on tower internet. I don't know what it's really called, tower internet, not something. We go based off of cell phone towers. Oh, cool. Even better. Okay, I got the upper wire in place, and I'm gonna try to bring his face shape back. I'm using the lower jaw for reference. Commercials have ruined me, and now this song is just forever going to be the Diamonds Forever song. Oh boy. There's some things going on here. And I'm trying to bring his face back. Again, having a jaw set would really help right now, because that will help bring back the shapes. Now I'm running into the problem of his face doesn't match up anymore. Ah, no. Well, that helped. Oh, that's better. Almost there. What else do we need? Go. Okay, I think I got his face back to normal. But now he is reinforced up here. It's no longer squishy. But still, like the bridge up here is still squishy and stuff like that. So now we're gonna figure out. Yeah, it's still comfortable. I mean, the wire is embedded here on the inside of the foam head. So none of that is sticking up. And then of course I'll be putting a plate right here, and nothing will be sticking up as far as wire wise. And if you wanted to, you could always just line the entire inside here with Ava foam, black Ava foam preferably, if you want to keep this as a big open cavity. I know. That means they won. That means the marketing company won. If that's what people think of when they hear that song now. Yeah. If you want to do like posing expressions, adding wire would definitely help. This stuff will definitely keep its place. You could also do like, you know, again, smaller gauge wire. The higher the number, the skinnier the wire. Again, I think this is 12 gauge because that's like one of my favorite sizes to use, 12 and 14. 10 starts getting really thick. And I do have some of that. I've used that for wings. But yeah, now I'm wondering if I need to put wire in the lower jaw. I don't think I do. Like this is pretty sturdy on its own. Like, I guess it really depends on the slush casting, but I think this will be fine. So with that being said, I'm probably only going to actually add something here to this section. But we'll see. If I add a plate here of that corrugated stuff and I find that this is doing weird shit and like warping, then I'll add wire. But again, the whole point of this, and I'm trying to keep this as simple as possible so others can also do this. Granted, I think that wire alone is not simple. You have to have a real eye for the curvatures and stuff in order to do a wire in the full thing, but it's so thin up here that it kind of needs to be like that. But honestly, I think this would be the only head that would really require that wire here, just because it's so thin. Otherwise, it probably won't have to go all the way up. Because all the rest of the, you know, all the heads, like the deer here, you know, it's got a decent amount of structure to it. So it really doesn't need to have a wire going all the way through here. It's really just the raptor. It's very thin, very thinned out. Thin boy. Let's see. How's my mic doing? Still have half power. Kitten. How you doing, Cammy Kitten? Yeah? Come over here and give me attention, huh? A giant fluff monster? Yeah. Just waiting patiently for attentions. Yeah. Wanna go say hi to everybody? A little distraction. Key distraction. This is my fluffy calico, Cammy. She is good kitten. She is big cat. Oh my god, she is so big. My last cat, Cassie, was very, very petite. And then I have this one. This monster cat that can barely fit my lap. Huh. Need little good time cuddles. Huh? Yeah. Yeah. I'm also going to keep her kind of far away from the table here because she's also a drooly cat. So when she gets pet, she gets very happy and she starts drooling. Yeah, your cat was all over the stream today whenever you were when you were working earlier. I was like, oh my gosh, that cat's all over the fabric. Yeah, it's kind of sad, like, Cammy loves laying, like, next to my legs when I'm on the couch, but since my boyfriend's allergic, I don't really, like, cuddle with her as much as I used to. I used to have my evenings of, after 10 o'clock, I would sit on the couch and play a video game, or watch a movie, or watch a series or something like that, and I'd have my Cammy around my feet, while my foot's up, my feet are up, and my dogs were next to me and stuff. We just have cuddle times, but don't really do that too much anymore. So also my crafting time, like in here, a lot of times I'm like doing something really messy and I can't have her up on my lap, so she's getting used again to just being on my lap. But for the longest time she did not like being on my lap at all. She likes being next to my body, she doesn't like being on my body, which is kind of funny. My previous cat was the exact opposite. Like, she would be up on my lap the moment I sat down for my crafting space, and she'd just be underneath the table on my lap. You wouldn't even know she was there. She'd just sit in buns. Ha. But you're a good kitty. Good kitty. Oh gosh, you got me. Ah, gross. Yeah, you're drooling. You're drooling all over. Look at the little drops all over my legs. You feel, look, there's drops on the floor. There's 6 drops on the floor and 2 drops on my leg. Gross. Yeah, I mean, this space I have, you can see I have a wall that's literally behind me. This is technically my dining room space, and I've turned it into a craft room space. But I have to keep these walls up because otherwise the cats are in here. And I wouldn't care if they were just in here, just existing, but no, they have to like get up on the tables, knock stuff down, chew wires, chew plastic, chew tape. This one is obsessed with duct tape. And if she finds any patterns of duct tape, she will chew it up and then she'll get sick because she just ate duct tape. But she cannot resist licking and eating tape. It's so bad. Yeah. Yeah, you're so bad. Tape eater. You tape licker. But yeah, I used to have, I have a 3-bedroom house, and one of my bedrooms, the smaller one, used to be my craft space. But, I can understand her having problems. She was actually a rescue, and her whole litter of kittens were actually put in a trash bag and dumped in a trash can at a Walmart. Or no, it was a Target. It was a Target. So I can imagine that probably caused some kind of weird trauma of plastics and tape. So I gotta be really careful with her about any boxes that have tape on them and stuff, because she will go and munch the tape off of it. Huh. Okay, Cammy, you've got multiple drops of drool on me. Here, go to your little bed in the corner. I do have a kitty bed that's right here underneath this table too, but oh my god. You guys see this? Like, this is drool on my leg. This is all drool. It's just for me petting her, she just gets so excited, she just drools. Yeah, but she's a good cat though, she really is. She's got like the best temperament. She's so calm, so accepting. She gets along with the dogs. Dogs get along with her. She doesn't have a huge prey instinct, so she doesn't go after like my chicks or anything like that. In fact, you have so little prey instinct that you don't even catch the flies properly in the house. Yeah. You don't catch mosquitoes, the flies, or the moths properly. You just look at them. Ugh. Yeah, love drool. Oh, love drools are strong with this one. Okay, I brought paper, didn't I? Where'd my paper go? Where's my pad of paper? Pad of paper? Yeah. She didn't like that. I don't know why. Okay. But yeah, this is like a really, really thick paper. It's get a giant roll at like Home Depot. I think it's used for doing like like tile work or painting or stuff like that. Like you put this down like to protect your floors and stuff. But it works great for patterning out mechanics, I would say, for doing costume work. Or armor. It actually works really good for armor stuff too. I don't really do too much armor stuff or weaponry, but... Oh, and ears. This works really good for ear patterns too, because it has good structure. Okay, so... I'm going to cut off a much smaller piece here so I can work with it. Oop. So I find it works out a lot better when you're working with a moving jaw to not have the pivot point on the lower jaw, to actually have it, well, yeah, upper would work better. To have it actually up higher, like the eye point, like where your ear is, versus down here. So I'm going to try to see if I can kind of draw out a basic idea here. Okay, so it's like, basically I just made a hinge, but this is going to be made out of corrugated board versus, you know, your traditional way of doing it. I'm also going to make a secondary piece of this after I cut this one out, and I'm going to figure out an overlap for the upper head section. sure this fits in here good. Okay, and I'll put this as an overlap. So even though I already got wire on the top, I am still going to overlap some of this plastic for the upper section because I want to make sure that I've got a really good plate of attachment. And also this helps protect the wearer's head from the wire because there is an end to this wire. And you don't want that accidentally coming through and hitting them. But this also gives me a really good interior kind of structure for like adding like elastic or something too if I wanted to. Because like I don't even know if this method will work if it doesn't have like, I don't know, like long pieces of elastic. I've personally not had very good experience with using elastic on moving mouse. Like I did it for a Serval, a 2D Serval head a while back that was also flexfoam. And still the motion and the movement still wasn't quite there. So I'm still also trying to work that out and how that works. Because I was using CityMutt's tutorial on how to do a moving flexfoam head mechanism or another. And it still didn't come out exactly how I wanted. Like I was like fumbling with it a lot and still didn't get it to the point where I want it to be. So I don't even know if this is going to work with having elastic inside the head. I feel like it's kind of running out of space. We're trying to add in all this extra reinforcement. It's making boots. There's boots all over the place. Okay, so let's see. Because I also gotta make sure that if I want to add some like realistic head or realistic eyes in here, that there's enough space to put that in there as well. So there's a lot of different thingies to take into account here. Okay, so I've got a dot here, which is going to represent where the hinge is going to be, or the bolt. I got a little tiny dot here, but I'm going to mark it out so you guys can see better. Here. So this goes on the inside of the head over top of this metal piece. It's a little piece of plastic right there. And then I'll have this over top of it on the inside like that. And this will connect the upper and the lower jaw together, give extra reinforcement in this area of stress, and allow it to pivot. So I'm going to transfer this onto plastic and see how that looks. And hopefully that's really all the reinforcement you need. You might have to add an extra plate down here maybe, just so it doesn't have any extra give to it. But we'll see. Where is my silver Sharpie? Yeah, burps. Quite honestly, I might not be able to get around to doing the deer tonight, because because it already is getting like close to 9 o'clock. I had no idea how long this is going to take, but I also took a while to even get started. Now, something you want to keep in mind with this corrugated board, it does have a vertical and horizontal point with this, with these like little ribs. So like I take that into account when I'm trying to draw these pieces on here. Okay, so I am going to want it to go this direction. Because it's okay for the jaw to go in and outwards with these ribs, but I do not want it to crush vertically. Don't do that. Actually, I'm going to be smart about this. I want to use my leather puncher. I'm going to punch out these holes. I got a perfect little circle. Oh. Perfect little circle. Okay. It's true. I do it all for you. Also, I might not be able to work on that head tonight too, because I'm getting quite a headache. Okay. I really haven't experienced or worked with this material too much to know what's the best way of cutting it. Oh wow, that stuff is strong. Okay. Easy to cut that way. Not cut as easily this way. This is like a brand new blade too, so the fact that I'm actually having to really put some oomph into it. Okay. What are you doing? Are you playing with that water? Huh? Okay, so here we got the little pattern pieces flipped left to right, and we got the little holes marked for where we're putting the bolts. Now, the only thing that stinks is that I do not have really short bolts, so these might be a tad too long. But that's okay, we can have like the lock nuts kind of like, I can cut a hole actually from the outside, I think, here. To get easy access to the bolt if needed to. Alrighty, how to cut. Let's use my X-Acto knife to have more control. Oh, this is so weird to cut into. It's like cutting through honeycomb. That reminds me, I need to figure out if there's any local farmer markets so I can get some honeycomb from my BB, because he has not had honeycomb before. And I want him to experience the gloriousness of biting into a honeycomb. Go. Hole. But yeah, this stuff's pretty stiff. And does still have some bend to it. So for example, like this right here, which is going to be going along the jaw, I can actually bend this and glue it in place, and it'll have a curve to it, which is actually really nice option to have. You kind of think of it like this is a beginner's version of thermoplastics, I guess. You could heat this up if you wanted to. But I just like recently discovered this stuff as far as with using costume making, and I was like, gosh, why didn't I ever think about using this stuff before? Because it's a relatively cheap material. It's easily accessible, and it's easy to work with. Like, you don't need any kind of crazy tools to work with this. Like, I'm cheating. I have a leather punch in order to do the holes, but you can easily just cut that out with an X-Acto knife too. You don't have to have a leather punch. Just, it's nice to have a leather punch. Like, quite honestly, if I wanted to give this extra reinforcement, I could probably use a clothing grommet to reinforce these areas where I'm going to be putting the bolt and nut through. But it does require going back over your cuts a couple times in order to get all the way through this. I didn't notice, but that's okay. It's no biggie. Honestly, I might actually try to use a grommet just to see if that does help reinforce it. I think I have some in that size. I have some, but I don't know if these are the right size. It might be a little bit too small for the bolts. I think these bolts are size 8. Tight. And I know it will be squished. I mean, it might be spread. It might. They're going to get squished, but they're also going to get spread out too. So. These might work. I don't know. Yay or nay? I mean, I much prefer the grommets that actually have a two-sided, but I think these are only one-sided. I know, make it a lot more complicated than it needs to be, but this is what's it called? Plastic corrugated sheet. So you find this in your like arts and crafts section, usually used for like science project billboards or for sale signs. But it's kind of like plastic cardboard. Like you see the little lines it has in it and stuff. But yeah, it's just basically plastic cardboard. But it's a nice material for using for reinforcements and making costume parts. But it's something just recently I kind of like rediscovered. Which one do I need to use? Is it this one? Is it this one? I'm guessing that's going to help. Nope. That made it very uneven. Well, actually, that did help. Okay. I don't know if this might still pop out at some point in the future, but it's definitely doing a thing. I don't even know if I'm using the right like tools for this particular thingy either, so I think that's the right one. And it's either that one or it's just like the really pointy one. It might be this really pointy one. No, I don't think so. I think I did the right one. Do you have like hiccups or something, chicken? What's going on? You're welcome. It's all good. I am here for questions. Well, this one definitely did a lot better. Yeah. Okay. Alright, so I'm attaching grommets to these things. You don't have to do that, but if I'm going to be putting the extra effort into doing this, I want to make sure this is going to last. So, I was also very curious if it even worked, and it does. It's actually just the right size. And I've had these things for like decades at this point. I was like, why not? A little extra metal on metal reinforcement. Who knows? Maybe I'll take this head and finish it into something like a moving jaw, flexible head majigger, maybe a semi-toonie or something, dinosaur. But yeah, right now I'm working on creating kind of little mini hinges so I can add extra reinforcement to these flexfoam heads. So since you just got in here, you missed that I actually put in wire. There is wire on the inside of this foam head that I cut a slit into all the foam and just pressed the wire into there and then hot glued it into place, kind of resealing it. So it looks like the wire's sticking out more than it is. That's actually the, not the wire that you see, but that's the black marker that I used to mark where I was going to put the wire. So it's very, very embedded in there. Like, see, that's just the marker that you see. It's not the actual wire itself. The wire is in that foam. But yes, it does cut really well. You just kind of have to go over your cuts like about 2 or 3 times. Make sure you have a cutting board. Otherwise you're going to cut the crap out of your table. But also allows the X-Acto knife to kind of glide versus getting caught on your table. You have a self-healing cutting mat. It does help. Because this table is actually one of my very original, this is my very original table from when I started doing crafting and stuff. My first IKEA tables. And let me tell you, I did not have a self-healing cutting mat for this table before, and you can see it's just all shredded up. But I did not have a cutting mat. I would just cut directly on the table. Oh, this is the greatest show. This is the greatest show. Renegades in the ring. Yep, you could definitely put Warble on top of this. This is the greatest show. It also cuts with scissors too. It's just the only thing with scissors is that it does crush it a little bit on the edges. Yeah, it does. Scissors do crush the plastic a little bit. I need to trim off the edge here so I can actually get my hole punch in here. Otherwise, don't fit. Come on, put your butt in there. Body, why do you gotta like cause trouble for me? Just let me do shit. I honestly don't know what this metal is. I don't think it's steel. But at the same time, if I didn't have the metal here, I feel like it would cut more into this plastic. Especially if it has like elastic or something added in here. I know I gotta have short ones in here. Yeah, there we go. Short ones. You're long. Get back in there. Short. Plastic. Metal. Bolts. Go away, headache. Nobody wants you. I feel like one of my chickens has like a hiccup or something like that. It's making, or it's sneezing. Come on, you booger. They did it again. Get in there, you booger. There it goes. I might go ahead and put a metal washer on the outside of this one too. Just to make sure that adequate protection. So yeah, this is like a little hinge mechanism. Raw. Raw. Double metal washers. But yeah, quite honestly, you probably could just skip this step if you just bought the hinge kit from DVC. It's very similar. I'm glad I can help you out. Where is the screwdriver? Yeah, I'm sorry it's been kind of a long process. Like I said, this is not really a tutorial stream as much as it is kind of you all watching me trying to figure this out. Like, I will definitely have a video. Here I am without a fucking Phillips screwdriver on hand. Where is it? I have most of my tools out in my shed. I used to have some here, and then I was like, I need to actually put my tools away. And now I'm like, no, why did I do that? Now I don't have tools for things like this. I don't know if I have it in my emergency kit. I definitely don't have it in my drawer over here. Can't tighten the bolt with my fingers. Oh, let me see. Is this a utility? Ha 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 ha! There is an attachment. Gib. It's a little small, but I think it should still work. I just need something to tighten this with, because it is a lock nut. Bird, what is wrong with you? What are you doing? You're definitely a boy. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. These are like soft hinges on foam. But I mean, they're, you know, it's not like craft foam soft. Like, they have pretty good structure on them. Yeah, pretty happy with the tightness on that one. Make sure the bolt's actually going through the lock nut here. And I can remember a really long time ago when I used to make moving parts on costumes, and I did not know about the rubber inserted lock nuts. And I was just trying to do everything with regular nuts. And they would always come loose on me, and it used to drive me crazy. And I'm like, there's gotta be a better way to do this. And I would try super gluing it, and they would still come apart. Only knew then what I knew now. Oh my goodness. What made my moving shit so much easier. Okay, pretty happy with that. Okay, I'm hoping to at least get to the point of showing you guys this all put together so you can see how it looks and how it moves. I just don't know about the elastic part, because I really haven't messed with elastic too much on heads. But I'm going to go ahead and get this installed. I'm actually purposely bending this, so you'll see. I'm purposely giving this a curve. I'm not bending past this little joint. I am just bending this little long section here, so it conforms to the shape of the head. And I'm going to take this little foot right here, and also going to bend that. Trying to see where this bolt is going to sit so I can kind of cut through. I might actually just take our pliers and just kind of rip out this foam right here, make room for it. Make room for the bolt. I guess my only concern with this bolt and stuff is room. I feel like I'm getting a lot of bulk on the inside of the head here, which might cause pressure points to the wearer. That's my only really big concern. Honestly, it might be a situation where I have to kind of cut into this foam more. I feel like it's a little too bulky back here. Because like I got a tiny head. I know that's kind of like cutting it close. So I'm just gonna remove some more of this foam back here and make room for this mechanism. I feel like also I might need to do this kind of opposite of what I did, and I feel like maybe the lower jaw should have been on the inside versus outside. I don't know. Trying to figure it out. Trying to squish it around, make this work. Making some adjustments here because I'm not liking that bulk. first I thought that bulk was going to be good because we have extra reinforcement, and I'm like, now it's getting into like the jaw area. Ugh. I don't know, guys. I'm not feeling too confident about this anymore. I feel like it's getting too bulky on the inside. I was feeling pretty confident at first, but now I'm worried. It's not the poster board or the styrofoam. This is just straight up plastic. Like, it's like literally like cardboard but made out of plastic. The problem, if I was using my regular plastic hinges, yes I could, but this stuff will only work if it's actually attached to something, like glued to something. I feel like if it's extending out beyond this, it might not work. What is wrong with this chicken? Though I will say the wire on, wire option may have worked if it was extended past the head. I just don't know about this particular technique. And since I cut them short now, I don't really have much to work with as far as having them stick out past the head. But I'm also running into problems with like the head like warping, and I'm having a hard time getting the mouth to kind of go back in its place where it needs to go. And I don't know why that's becoming an issue. Well, this is exactly why I said this is a trial and error stream. This is not necessarily a tutorial, because this is all new for me as well. This is not really something I've really messed with too much besides like building sinter plastic structures, but the entirety of the structure is sinter plastic. So it's not like this where you're picking and choosing where you're adding the reinforcement. Also the sinter plastic, it'll keep its shape. Where with, like, for example, the wire, with like this guy, I'm trying to use wire, and now for some reason the mouth is not closing, and I cannot figure out why it is not closing. Like, what happened in this process of working with this that it decided to do something weird. I mean, like, doing like this makes me wonder if I do need to put the wire in the lower jaw so I can make sure they close together properly. But I also know it would make a difference too once the back jaw has been removed and I can actually pivot it correctly. Right now it's very much stuck together. Oi! You could try. They're not designed to be attached to flex foam heads. Like, if you were to attach plastic hinges, you cannot use the springs because they will definitely tear the foam and possibly cause the hinges themselves to tear out of the foam. However, you can use elastic. Here's the only problem I have with using Foshape and Warbler and the lower temperature heating plastics is that they will warp and can possibly melt if you should happen to leave the head in a warm environment, like a car or something. Or even in the, let's see, bay cargo compartment of an airplane. Yeah. You can't use springs, you can't use screws on foam. But you can make a larger surface platform, such as what I'm trying to do with this corrugated plastic, and then attach like stuff to that. Springs could still not be attached to that though, because the springs will rip through the plastic. Like I was saying earlier in my stream, I used to use sinter plastic. Even with sinter plastic being, you know, a much stiffer plastic for a thermoform, eventually the springs would actually cut through the plastic and rip out. So I ended up learning afterwards I had to install metal grommets in the plastic and then put the spring hooks around that to make it work. But yeah, I was trying with this to not require people to actually buy a bunch of parts from DVC. I was trying to figure out if there was materials I could use that you could easily get from like an arts and crafts store or Home Depot to make this work. And I cannot figure out why this is like, why is lower jaw not working anymore? Why does it not go together? What happened? Is that it? Oh, I fixed it. Did I fix? No. Why do you no longer go together? Oh goodness. Yeah, I'm sorry guys that this has not been a successful stream, sadly. Guess I'll have to figure out something else. Darn, I was hoping to make this work. Yeah, now I'm definitely stumped. doesn't help that my headache's getting really, really bad too. Hello. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I fucking love that raptor. I had so much fun with that project. That costume, besides, you know, doing Toothless, my personal costume, as far as for a customer, I learned so much doing that build. I would love a chance to do another one. Aw, I'm glad I could help you. Oh, this was filled with water, and I already drank all of it, so I am drinking water. It's just, I was doing cleaning today with my critters, and my eyes are super, super sensitive to dust. So anytime I clean dusty enclosures, I get eye strain headaches pretty bad. There's really nothing I can do about it. Hey, honestly, I would prefer people to pick up doing costuming than to commission me. I'm glad I could be an inspiration for you. I know I have not been as relevant lately as far as making costumes. I've kind of switched gears to homesteading instead of making costumes all the time on my personal time, because quite literally, me sitting in the chair with a desk in front of me, I am doing this 40 plus hours a week at work for working for DVC, and I really needed to get something or do something else on my home time, because it was getting really, really bad. I was getting like tendonitis really bad, I was getting carpal tunnel, I was getting a lot of neck and back problems because I literally would just be sitting at this desk for like 12 plus hours per day, and it was getting bad. So I do love making costumes, don't get me wrong, I absolutely love making costumes. It's just I needed to be able to get myself out of the routine of being in that same position all the time for too many hours. Artists break down. If you're doing art all the time, you will break down. I'm glad you all enjoy the chickens and goats. Yeah, it can be. A lot of people get freaking brain fog and artist block and writer's block and stuff, you know, it can be draining. I have a feeling about this guy right now. I mean, technically, me working on this is more so for DVC than it is for myself. I was supposed to do this on Friday, and then getting too wrapped up on other things. It's like, you kind of fit together, but you don't fit together. Like, what the heck is going on here? What the hecky? But yeah, my original plan was to do wire on wire with this guy. I was going to have wire come out into a loop, and I was going to have a bolt go through it, literally to kind of hold it in place, and then I was going to have, well, I guess no, it was like wire on, it was going to be wire on this, but then I didn't do that. I know, I'm still kind of thinking on it, you guys. We figured this out. Then I'm going to do the thing I said that I wasn't going to do, and I'm actually going to go ahead and cut this apart. Or at least I'm going to cut it a little bit further back and see if I can work with it more. Let's put this way, guys. Whatever I don't do in this live stream or don't figure it out, I will try to figure out on my own time. And whatever works, I will be doing a video tutorial that's all cut and edited and stuff. So it's only going to be like about 20 minutes long, if that. And it'll go through the whole step-by-step process of trying to make one of these foam heads hinged. Again, this is all super new for me. I really haven't messed with it too much other than doing the old-fashioned elastic method with the balaclava. That's what helps supports everything. But even still, with those jaws, it's not nearly as sensitive as a resin jaw. I'm trying to get the resin jaw movement on a foam head. Well, what do you mean by where am I from? Or where am I from originally? Like, where was I born? Or where I'm located now? Those are two very different questions. Yes, like a wire hinging, like a tiny little underframe. The biggest problem I'm running into is kind of like the lower jaw is not matching up with the upper jaw. The lower jaw is just foam. The upper jaw actually has wire going all the way through it. And because of that, it kind of is warping a little bit. But again, I don't have a jaw set installed in this. I feel like having a jaw set would probably fix a lot of these problems I'm running into, because that actually gives me my designated shape. But since I don't have that, it's kind of doing weird. It's kind of doing weird stuff. By the way, if anybody has not played God of Dad, in other words, God of War, do it. The freaking game is beautiful. I love it so much. I'm not a big gore fest kind of gamer, but oh my god, I freaking love that game. I wish I had the money and time to play the new Ragnarok game. I really want to play it. Ugh. I still have other games I haven't finished. Like, I still have Horizon Forbidden West I gotta play and finish. It's just so hard for me to, like, play games anymore. I feel like I have to really work in order to, like, validate me being allowed to play a game. I mean, currently I live in Texas, but I was born in Maine and grew up in New Hampshire. So, not from here. I mean, I had a couple ideas that, you know, I thought were going to work in my head, but now that I'm actually trying to do it, it's like, But again, guys, you gotta remember, as far as what materials I'm using right now and stuff, I gotta try to use, like, you know, everybody friendly materials so that anybody can do this. The whole reason that I'm doing this is so I can help others wanting to do something similar. Get your ass out of that hole. Get out of here. So I'm just trying to figure this out, but pretty soon my head is not going to let me do this any longer. I feel like in this case, yes, doing the hinge behind might be a good direction to take, possibly. Maybe. I don't know. It's kind of doing some weird stuff. The pivoting is not quite right. But I think the other problem I'm running into, I think I need to have the plastic for the upper part of the head on the inside, not the outside. I think that's a better way to go. And that way, the actual pivoting of this hinge is not going up against your ears. I don't know, guys. There's something else you want me to work on? Because I can't figure this one out. I think I need more time to think on it. It's either that or I need to do the wire on wire method instead. But I don't think I have the oomph in me tonight to do it. You know what? Instagram's the one, like, art service I do not have. I have a lot of people ask if I have Instagram. I do not. Yeah, I was, like, trying really hard to avoid doing the wire on wire thing, but I might actually try to do this method that Eddie Bear recommended, and it involves using, it's called pipe tape, but it's actually flat rod metal, and it has holes already like in the rod, or in the flat rod, whatever you want to call it. But he actually uses that on the top of the head, and then folds it over on itself, and then puts the wire through that, which I could still do. Like, this wire here could just be for keeping the shape of the upper head. And like I said, the only reason I have the wire up here is because this is so darn thin from the cutout on the nose that it needs that reinforcement. Otherwise, it's going to do weird stuff. Funny enough, me holding it upside down, the mouth looks perfectly fine. I'm guessing maybe it's just because I was holding it. I don't know. But I do have some of that out in my shed. The only reason I was trying to avoid that is because it's kind of sharp, you know. Obviously, I could put some craft foam on the inside, but I worry about my customers cutting themselves trying to work with it. Yes, use a 2-part epoxy glue for attaching the hinges onto the heads. We do have a full tutorial series on the 3 Vision Creations YouTube account, and I show the whole process of attaching hinges onto heads. Just make sure that you scratch up the base and you scratch up the hinge with your X-Acto knife or box cutter, so that way the glue has something to bite into. I do not recommend hot glue for the hinges. That will give out over time. Definitely gotta use a 2-part epoxy glue. Like I said before, the hinges are not going to work on the flex foam head. You could try attaching it to like that corrugated plastic board and create a bigger base for it, but it's not designed for foam heads. Quite honestly, if you guys are wanting to do just a very basic moving jaw for a flex foam head, you might want to do City Mutt's tutorial. Let's see if I can find the link. Where are your tutorials? Copy. There, I posted a link. But before I started really messing with this, I always recommended City Mutt's tutorial on how to do a moving flex foam head mouth, because it just uses elastic. Why, hello. But honestly, I have a really bad headache. I was trying to make this thing work, and yeah, it's not really working. I might try to just add some wire to this bottom jaw, and then do my original idea to make this thing work. Because I want it to work. Like, I would love to get this to work tonight. Like, that'd be such a good accomplishment. Christina, I sent you a tutorial link up on top on how to do elastic for a moving jaw for a foam head, but the hinges are not designed to be attached to foam. That's pretty much like what I'm trying to figure out here, is how to make a hinge mechanism for a foam head, but it's not going to be plastic hinges. Like, this is not the way to go, because this is not working. I was thinking about it, but I don't think it's going to work. If these little guys aren't going to work, then I don't think the plastic hinge is going to work. Because like I said, you have to have a very large area of reinforcement for that hinge to like attach to the foam, and it's not going to work like just putting a hinge on there like you would with a resin base. For one, with the resin bases, we also use rivets to hold it in place. The glue is more so a temporary hold, but the rivets is what really holds it in place. You can't do that with foam. Now, I will say, no, I don't think that'll work. I was gonna say maybe you could do like a piece of plastic on the inside of the foam head and kind of like sandwich the hinge and the plastic and the foam in between. But I don't think that's gonna have enough support with it either. Maybe with elastic, but definitely not with the spring. Saw someone cut out a spot for it and glue it in. Huh. Are you talking about me or somebody else? I mean, I have not seen this. I can't say whether or not it actually really works. Oh. Well, I don't know. I haven't seen this. Yeah. I mean, again, I am going based off of what I've seen other people do for flex foam heads, or just heads in general, and how to make them hinged. Obviously, it's a lot more difficult to work on this backwards versus how my method of doing it, which is building the frame first and then putting the face around it. You have a lot more factors to take into account with trying to make things work, and also having room, honestly. Yeah, that'd be my concern too, is whether or not they will last long before they start coming apart. I mean, you think about it, like resin heads, even the hinges can pop off of resin heads. Yeah, I mean, like the biggest concern I have with trying to do something similar with this guy is that I worry about it warping the foam head. Like, I might be able to get it to work. I'm trying to figure it out. I really am. But I just don't have that much faith in this head if I don't have extra reinforcement running through that lower jaw. I just don't know if this right here is going to be enough. I don't know, I could just kind of wing it and just start gluing it on there and just see. Be kind of rebellious and crazy. Gosh, she's ton of hot glue here. Just use it. Why not, right? Well, I got to lose. Tearing it off and doing it over again. Needs to be progress. I want to have this kind of hang off the back a little bit. Press this down. Because then I'll have to do a different piece here that comes off. We'll figure that out. Epoxy glue with a flexible material does not work. Epoxy glue only works when you're adhering a hard on hard item. Trust me when I say the hot glue that we sell in our store and the hot glue that I'm working right now is strong enough to hold plastic onto rubber and wood. Like, this stuff it's crazy. It's super crazy glue. Like, it sticks to your fingers together. It's so tacky. It's crazy. By the time I'm going to say it, it's crazy. It's crazy glue. It's amazing stuff. It's miracle hot glue, let me tell you. I love it to bits. But man, if you have nice nails, acrylic nails, gel nails, it will stick. Okay. Feeling a little bit better about this. I'm just going to make a different piece for up here for attachment. It might be tough tack. I honestly don't know. We've bought pounds of this hot glue. But if it's not tough tack itself, it's part of the series. Yeah, that's true. 2 of us, a heat gun. What was it? Heat gun, needle nose pliers, box cutter. Get those old hinges off. I said we try to make sure that they stay. The whole point. Yeah. But, I mean, seriously though, if you can afford to like grab a ton of hot glue sticks from them, it's worth it, because they last. Okay, I'm gonna go grab some ibuprofen real quick and fill up my water. It's so weird because I know you guys can hear my entire conversation the whole time because I have a lav mic on. It's not like I walk away and you guys can't hear my conversations. Love me some Lizzie Sterling. It's so good. Like, her shit was my jam back when I was doing costumes full time. I would just play her all the time. Gonna make another weird kidney shape. Uh-oh. Muff has discovered the new scratch post. And the nip. Oh, yeah, Spear Panda has hinged foam heads, but I don't know would she use this for the interior? Oh, she 3D printed something. Oh, Megawara. Yeah, they do a lot of like cosplay costumes and fursuit stuff too. Not this. Well, same manufacturer, but I think their flexfoam is just one thickness all the way through. It's probably 5, where we use 17 as a skin and then 3 as the interior. So I don't know if that would work or not. I mean, it might. I don't see necessarily why it wouldn't. Okay, I think this is gonna work, you guys. I think this is the hot ticket. Man, babe, I sound like you now.
Oh no, not 2 of me.
Oh god, I'm so gargly.
What?
Gargle flip.
I sound like I'm sick.
I mean, I do too. But it's just allergens. And bleh. Gargle cough.
That's how I feel about that.
Oh, Ava foam's gonna be like stiff, like 17 is, but all the way through, so it'd be better support. And they might be using the extra thick or extra heavy Ava foam, which, let me tell you, that stuff does not rip. It is like super strong. So it's a bit of a different animal, honestly. I think this will work. I'm feeling pretty good about this. This is looking like it's all lining up real good too. And also this gets the bolt away from the wire's face and stuff. So let's see. This is my new shape. This is how the inside is looking so far. So almost similar to, I guess, one of our resin heads. So I guess maybe you could use regular hinges. I don't know. Let's see. I just don't want to recommend you guys do something or use something if I haven't done it myself, because I don't want you to feel like I'm misleading you and you're using something that's not going to work. I forgot to punch the hole. There we go. I can mark that. Oh, goodness. will say my lav mic is probably going to die in the next 30 minutes to an hour or so. It's getting pretty low. So I might have to switch to a snowball. But quite honestly, I kind of have a not a schedule, but kind of like a self-care thing where I stop working on projects by 10 or around 10, so I'm not working too long. I'm working too late, so I actually get a chance to rest myself. So we'll see. We'll see how this goes with getting these pieces on. But I'll probably have to stop here soon because I also have to eat dinner. Granted, it's very, very late dinner, but I mean, if it's a video, I'm not going to be able to look at it. Trust me when I say you get to a point of doing art for so many years and you realize you really need to take care of yourself. As much as you want to pursue something, it's not healthy to be overworking, no matter what the reward of doing so is. Because it takes a toll on you, no matter what your age is. And you notice it a lot more as you get older. And some things cannot be repaired if you overdo it. That, and in fact, I am still kind of recovering from my back stuff, so not resting my back is not good either. I swear, I'm not trying to sound like a whiny baby. Just falling apart, that's all. Like my music, baby?
Me?
Yeah.
It's a humorous compliment to you talking about your failing health.
What? What compliment?
No, I mean it's never mind.
No, what? I want to know. What? Tell me.
Hold on.
Now. I either have a chicken over here that's got the hiccups or is sneezing.
Is that what I hear?
Yeah. One of my silkies that keeps going burp. And I can't tell if it's a sneeze or a hiccup. Can birds even get hiccups?
I hear that.
See? Told you. Been doing it every once in a while. But yeah, I go over there and look at them, they don't do a thing. It's like ruining his snoring. Ruining his whiny snores. His nasal whines, whatever you want to call it. They'll do it when you're not looking at them, but you look at them, you'll stop doing it. Oh, it's not them, it's the other birds. It's the silkies. Are you staring at those birds, though? Why are you staring at those birds? What do they do? What do they do to deserve your stares? Oh, are you now? Let me know how that goes, if you come up with something different that works, or... I'm always curious to see what everybody does for stuff like this that's not quite in the norm. Did I put my shit away? Put my shit... No. This is definitely outside the norm. I'm drilling lots of hanger. Oh no. That sounds scary. But why though? Oh, don't get quail. I always say that because they are super flighty animals, and you'll be losing more quail than keeping. They're not the kind of birds you can bond with. Okay. Deep breaths. Yeah. See how this goes. Oh, it's wrong one. That's fine. Optimistically scared is what I am right now. Quite honestly, poultry of any kind are perfectly fine without humans being part of their daily lives. They could have either. They could either be super sociable, or they could be fine with being without humans. But even the social ones are still, if they have their flock, they don't care. As long as they get food and water, they don't care whether or not humans are picking them up and loving them every day. They're not like parrots. They're not going to get depressed because, again, they have their flock. We are just an additional form of possible affection, mostly providers of food to birds. Because, I mean, even with, like, my chickens, like, my chickens out there in the main flock, like, I don't see them every single day. Like, I might go out there, like, every day to go get eggs, but that doesn't involve me, like, interacting with the birds. I just go into the nesting box and get the eggs. It involves me interacting with Karen the Silky every day, because she's always broody, and she's always on the eggs, and she's always cranky. But, like, she's not my social chicken, as being noted by the name Karen. So she doesn't care whether or not I'm there every day or not. She'd actually probably prefer I wasn't there, kicking her off the eggs every day. But... oh shoot, I forgot to put it. I forgot that's going to put a washer on the outside too. And I just went and tightened it up, and this screwdriver sucks. Oh my god. I just need to keep a universal screwdriver in this house. that's got multiple heads to it. Okay, get on there. Get on there. Oh shit. But yeah, chickens, turkeys, quail, basically any kind of outdoor livestock bird does not need you to interact with it on a daily basis. They are not parrots. I mean, I have a setup with my birds where they have automatic waters, automatic feeders, that they can go without any kind of human interaction for like over a week and still be perfectly fine. Hey. What the heck happened here? I know, right? We love a messy cat. We just love them. How do you manage? Okay. The weird boots are not trash. Okay. What do we got? That was actually my boyfriend's idea to name her Karen. But it fits her so well. She is the growliest, crankiest Silky I have ever owned. She is a Karen. Through and through. I never thought I would name an animal Karen, but it's happened. Ooh, sizzles.
Yeah.
Yeah. Baby do good, sis?
Yeah.
My baby cooked for me. Get out of here. Okay. Oh, it might actually work. You guys, this might actually work. Oh my god. Oh my god, mashed potatoes.
Yes, there's mashed potatoes.
Really?
Oh, damn it. I almost saw it. Damn it, I was like a foot away when she did it.
I don't know why they're doing it.
Damn.
You want to see that chicken sneeze, huh?
I don't want to know what's going on.
Okay. I'm gonna mark this so I make sure I line it up just right and I put the hot glue where I need it. What? Same thing on the other side. Did it again.
More frequency this time.
It's on and off. I realized something that makes me feel a little silly. That's okay, no biggie. Okay, time to slab. 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 Lots of hot glue. Oh yeah. That's a good hot glue. Okay, my lav mic is almost completely dead. It's in the red. I mean, it's pretty good considering it wasn't fully charged before. But yeah, it's quite common for doing streaming services for it to glitch out, and then you just refresh the page and it'll fix it. I run into the same problem with watching other people's streams too. Woo, hot glue smell. Yeah, I really need to find my my camera stand so I can set it up so it's actually more like over my shoulder behind me so you guys can see what I'm doing. I feel like there's so many times I'm working here and you guys cannot see what I'm doing. Right now I'm just gluing in these like little upper sections and I'm really pressing down into the foam. Okay guys, we're not going Stan Winston Studios here with this build. Especially not on a flex foam head. Okay, it's time for the reveal, which is detaching the upper and the lower. I still have them connected right now.
Hello.
Okay. Is dinner ready? Huh? Oh, not yet.
What's that?
You said not yet?
Not yet.
Okay. I thought you'd give me that look like, dinner's ready. Dinner's ready for you. I keep forgetting that with our flexfoam raptor heads, it doesn't have that little V cut out in the back, which can also cause issues with the jaw not closing properly, which might be part of my problem. It's just a straight line. It's one of those things I didn't realize until after I started trying to work with the heads. I was like, oh, that needs to be included. Well, there we go. That is definitely a hinged foam head. Yeah. That's very similar to where we would have our actual hinges for our resin heads too, but this is like very lightweight. And there's still plenty of room inside the head too. If I like very gently hold it on the bottom. Yeah, I consider that a success. That's pretty sturdy because I have the wire actually underneath here. So there's enough foam in the bottom jaw to keep the jaw structurally intact. I guess the biggest thing now would be figuring out how the elastic would work with it. Which I guess technically you could have elastic go straight from here to here. Or have elastic go here and have it wrap around to the outside. Also might be an option too. But with a reptile like this, you want to try to make sure you have enough room for the mouth flappies. There's some mouth flappies right here. Realize I didn't even clean up this section of the mouth yet. Yeah, even like it opens up all the way too. I think it is 12 gauge. It's either 12 or 14 gauge wire. I no longer have the original paperwork for it, but this is the wire I was using. A little bit thicker than a coat hanger wire. But you just find this in like the picture hanging section of your local hardware store. It has a very big spool. I don't think you can get the thicker stuff in the smaller spools. I think it's only this really thin stuff. Yeah, I would not use springs with this head, with a foam head, but elastic, in order to get it to snap back shut for you. In order to have a moving jaw work properly, you need to have something to actually help pull the mouth shut again, which in this case would be elastic. But I'll have to figure out what would be the best method of attachment of said elastic, which quite honestly might just be as simple as attaching a piece going from here to here. Now, what you need to keep in mind, the shorter the piece of elastic, the more limited you will be to actually like hyperextend the mouth. So you will not be able to do this, right? If you have elastic that's only about 4 inches long, you'll only be able to move the mouth as wide as your jaw will move. So do not pry it open to shove a plushie in your mouth or something like that, because you're going to end up bending it all out of shape. Here's the catch, guys. This stream will not be posted. This is only going to be a live stream. I will be doing a little kind of tutorial later on, going through this whole process and having it edited and stuff, because I am listening to my Pandora, so I cannot post this video, because then YouTube's going to strike me because of copyrighted music. But I'm perfectly fine with live streaming, I just cannot record it and save it. Do not be afraid of messing up. Like, super serious, don't be afraid of messing up. Because quite honestly, even if you do mess up on something, it's still part of the learning process. Don't go into working on costumes and think you're going to get it right the first time, because I can tell you right now, it's not how it works. I'm not trying to be a negative Nancy or anything like that. It's just literally, that's just how it works. Like, think about it, okay? I had a game plan for hinging both of these heads, right? Tonight. And I've been doing fursuits and making costumes since 2003, and I almost gave up because I couldn't figure it out. But then I had to sit down and just like brainstorm a little bit and come up with different ideas and a different perspective to try to get it work. This is still, like, I wouldn't consider this a full success. There's still a couple little, like, you know, things about it that I would like to fix. Granted, I'm pretty sure a lot of them will be fixed once a jaw set's installed in this, because it'll help restore the shape. I mean, it's a hinged foam head, so that's pretty much what I was trying to go for tonight. Okay, baby. I think it's 12 gauge. You have to go to the hardware store and kind of look at the wire. Look for something that's a little bit thicker than your typical coat hanger. I think it's 12 gauge. Don't quote me on it though, because I might be wrong. I'm pretty sure it's 12 gauge. It's 12 or 14. It's definitely not 10. It's 12 or 14. They go by twos. But yes, thank you guys so much for hanging out and helping push through this this trial passage, we won't call it. I hope in the future to be able to do some more streams like this for you guys and, you know, kind of reconnect again, because I know I've been out of it for a bit. I was focusing too much on just trying to do like tutorials or recording for just tutorials, and it's just good to kind of, you know, chat with you all again. Thank you for helping me push through. Oh yeah, if I make any more progress with this guy, I will Probably post little video shorts on Twitter. I'll take pictures, and I don't know. Like again, if he turns out good and I come up with some different ideas, I'll do a tutorial on how to do something like this using the corrugated plastic or using the wire-on-wire method. I might do some testing and practicing with the dough here on a little bit different method, but we'll see. But until next time, I will post on Twitter for the next live stream or update. Again, thank you all so much and have a great weekend. Bye-bye, everybody!